doesn't give any reference to what the penalties would be if Mr. Graham failed to show for that deposition. I don't even think we need to get there. I think that the affidavits attached to the motion are insufficient. I don't believe that an order to show cause is appropriate, given the lack of foundation in the petition. There's not only missing pages, but the things that are attached to it, the affidavits that were filed, were insufficient to warrant an order to show cause. So I don't think we need to get to the point where I would argue that even the service itself didn't go down the way that it was stated that it went down. I don't think we need to get into an evidentiary issue at this point, because I don't think the affidavits rise to the level of an order to show cause. And then if an affidavit if a subpoena for deposition is going to be reissued, then upon that reissuance and that possible service, then we would have an argument as to the harassing nature of it. Because at this point, I think you have a cooperating witness that corroborates that Mr. Graham has nothing to do with this case. Mr. Graham is not listed in any report. Mr. Graham, I don't believe, has been discussed whatsoever in this case, to my knowledge, other than rumor and innuendo. And I believe that if I was hired earlier, I would have probably filed a motion to quash that deposition itself. Because like I said, there needs to be some good faith showing. At least, his phone was in the area. He was in the state of Florida at the time. There's some sort of communication. There's something. And there is absolutely no evidence whatsoever other than rumor and innuendo. And the problem is that someone could come take the stand and say, Elvis made me do it. You can't go then take Elvis's depo. Well, you can't anyways, but I'm just giving you an example. That doesn't rise to the level of now I get to take someone's depo because this individual said, someone made me do it. So I don't think we need to get to that point, Judge. I think prior to getting there, I don't think the affidavits attached rise to that level. I pointed out the inconsistencies in those affidavits, especially the inconsistency in the affidavit from Mr. Padilla's secretary, who says there's some subpoena dated January 19th. There is no subpoena attached dated January 19th. There is a notice, but that notice isn't even in the court file. That is a notice that was never filed. I looked online, there's no notice ever filed for that January 19th. And then the last point, and I don't even know if I need to address this, is that when you submit a subpoena and you serve someone with a subpoena, that subpoena needs to be accurate as to time, place, and what I'm going to be questioning you. You can't say, hey, and the subpoena, well, the notice itself is a little strange, but I'll address that in a second. You can't say, hey, contact my office, I'll give you a Zoom link. It's like, hey, I want your deposition. I'm not going to tell you where it's going to be. It's going to be somewhere in the state, somewhere in the county. You contact my office, I'll give you the address. There's no law that puts an onus on a deponent to contact an attorney, either the state or defense, and puts that burden on them to contact us, and we'll tell you where it is when we can. I understand the security aspect. There's ways around that. Number one is you don't have to file the subpoena that you actually serve on the individual. You can just file the notice. That subpoena can be filed under seal if you want to file it. So those are two different ways. The third way is Zoom provides a password. You could provide the Zoom link and then say, we will email you a password. There's a million different ways to do it. It wasn't done here. No fault. I'm not faulting Mr. Padilla. I think Mr. Padilla was trying to do what he thought was proper for the Zoom link. And I've had cases with Mr. Padilla before in the past. I think he's a good attorney. I think he knows what he's doing. But in this case, I just don't think it's appropriate. I don't think the order to show cause is appropriate because of what I laid out before, Your Honor. And I think even if we did have the actual subpoena, I don't think the subpoena would have been valid because of that Zoom link. And I do want to just put on the record, Judge, where it says in the notice, which again is dated January 19th, it says Zoom details to be provided separately via email. That's the first statement. then under that, it says, contact Padilla Law Group for details. Even that's confusing. So are they providing the link in an email that's going to be emailed to me, and then I'll know what the link is, or do I need to contact the office? And again, that's in the notice. It's not even, I don't even know if that's in the actual subpoena. So for all those reasons, Judge, I'm asking that the order to show cause be set aside, and then if Mr. Padilla wants to serve a future deposition, if and when that future deposition is actually served, I'll file my motion based on that, but I don't think it's right until that point.
Judge, really, when wondering who Drake would.
Monday.com is the ideal platform for any organization that is looking to make their work more efficient. For nearly 40 years, the Smyrna team has been assembling quality, award-winning cars, trucks,
Literally the most popular celebrity in the world. I figured, here comes Brad Cohen. And even the finest attorney that one can buy will not undo what this court justly did. And I understand his arguments, but Judge, this case, and I agree with him that I wish he would have been involved earlier, because he would have been privy to the arguments that we had when we laid out the reasons that Drake was involved and the motion to perpetuate testimony that this court didn't allow. However, the court did allow for his deposition to be taken, and the court alerted all parties to treat it with the same scrutiny that you would at trial in case he wouldn't be able to attend trial. The arguments that he made, I believe, are insufficient. This was domesticated in California. There was an affidavit from the attorney that did it. It's very clear that when he says that Mr. Graham isn't involved in this case, it's very clear that Cleopatra Bernard thought so when asked in deposition, why did you have security with your son that day? Because of Drake and Migos. It's very clear when Detective Kersier was asked, I'll tell you whose name came up a lot, Drake. And it's very clear that the decedent predicted, if anybody kills me, it's Drake. So I understand his arguments, and I understand he's an extremely skilled attorney. However, the court ruled the way that it did for a reason, and I believe that the court's ruling should stay as it is.
I don't think he addressed any of my arguments. Again, I think the affidavits speak for themselves and that they're insufficient, Judge. I don't even see a subpoena attached to the order to show cause from either California or from Florida. So I don't even think we can base an order to show cause on a quote unquote notice that we don't know if that notice was served. And certainly we can imagine that it wasn't, because that notice is dated 2 days after the alleged service. So the notice is dated 2 days after the alleged service. The affidavit makes reference to some subpoena from January 19th, 2 days after the alleged service. All these things, they don't rise to the level of an order to show cause. In fact, I think that quite the opposite is that I don't even think the service was effectuated properly with the information that's attached to that motion, Judge.
All right, so a lot of different things raised here. First of all, from the beginning, the court expressed some reservations, I suppose, about whether or not this is a witness that should be deposed. However, we felt that the defense raised at least, through what he said, the barest level to allow for discovery. We have wide open discovery here. This is a first-degree murder case. Defendants are facing potentially life in Florida State Prison, and the court doesn't want to be in a position that at some later point they say, well, but for having taken this deposition, so let's do it all over again. Now, what is necessary for rule to show cause, see, the arguments you're making here are like what I would hear at a rule to show cause. Why shouldn't you be held in contempt? I wasn't properly served, all these things. So these are defenses, good defenses, apparently, potentially, to a rule to show cause. The issuance of the rule to show cause is not my order telling him to go to a depot. It's my order saying, defense trying to take a depot, they're presenting me with evidence claiming proper service. 2 times prior to this, whether you're aware or not, that they had asked for this, and I said, this isn't even close to proper service, and it was denied. On this attempt, I said, I think it's close enough where the person did not respond. I want to know why. That's the whole idea behind the show cause, not that you are in contempt, but tell me why you weren't there. What's wrong with it? Why wouldn't you? And these are the types of things that we would hear there. So that's the purpose behind the show cause. Now, always in the show cause, we put in a purge order saying, look, if you're for the thing, I don't even need to get involved in that as to whether or not you have an excuse or no excuse or there's a good reason or not a good reason for not appearing. So, let's understand that from the first area why the show cause is there is merely not whether or not this subpoena should or shouldn't be quashed, or whether it's valid, whether it stretches the limit of discovery, but you got served and you didn't come, court wants to know why, all right? So that's what's behind that order. Now, without getting into the issues that you have raised and not having an entire evidentiary on that, you need to discuss with your client how you wish to proceed on these things. Because, again, just like the first couple of attempts, the court said, no, these are not near, what would be required. This one appeared to be. There may be some defects in it. At some point, if they continue to try, they may effectuate good service.
They may. Just not yet, but I get it.
So what I'm saying is, we can quash this now, and then, at some point it gets there. So, what I would suggest is between now and the purge date or whatever, you talk with Mr. P about the potential for taking a statement or moving to quash a subpoena as if it has been properly served for whatever reasons, and we might have to have an evidentiary on that. My thought is this, in order to assure the due process rights of the defendant and the full discovery, to make sure that every avenue has been explored and nothing's been left untouched, my thought is that if your client were to have this video or this, not video, but Zoom electronic deposition, you could certainly limit the scope and area of it. I am prepared to enter an order that, because I'm well aware that there is a lot of people who are titillated by, oh, look who's involved in the gossip and the rumors, and everyone just wants to run wild with these things. I'm prepared to say that such discovery depositions shall remain sealed, and that the court would have an opportunity for an in-camera inspection of any transcript, and that it is not to be released to the public, not to be out there. There shouldn't be pictures of Drake testifying the thing. I can understand why he's not interested in that, and shouldn't be, and should be rightfully shielded from that. And there are a number of cases that date back, I think, to 1985, including Palm Beach newspaper versus Burke at 471 Southern 2nd, 571, and Post Newsweek stations, Florida versus State at 474 Southern 2nd, 344, that say the public doesn't have a right to go to discovery depositions, and these are not public record unless they're entered into the court file. And so to ensure your client doesn't suffer from having this all over the place and having to answer the questions and then it's scrutinized by the public, I'm willing to keep that under wraps unless after looking at it, I see that it meets some threshold where this would become evidence in the case. So certainly, I will put that out there, and this could potentially be a very short and quick deposition. What do you know about this? Nothing. Did you do this? No. Thank you very much. I don't know how much further it may go than that. I don't know what his questions are. I don't know what else he has. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
On most vacations, you take a trip. But in Israel, you'll take a journey you'll never forget. Here, you'll experience things so extraordinary, from the inspired to the inspiring.
But let me address two things, Judge. One is, I appreciate the court's indulgence in limiting the scope of any deposition that may or may not take place. That's the first thing that I wanted to address. I appreciate that. The second thing, Judge, is that I still believe, and I'm not even getting to the fact that the service was bad. I'm addressing the order to show cause itself and what it was entered based on. Order to show causes need to be based on the actual subpoena itself, right? The actual California subpoena itself, the service that is effectuated properly, okay? And a CNA, that this individual did not show up to that deposition. What's attached to that motion, Judge, is number one, an affidavit that is not an appropriate affidavit. It is making reference to a subpoena that was signed on January 19th. I'm not even talking about the service itself. Let's assume the service was good, okay? If we assume the service is good, we don't have a CNA. We have an affidavit that says that there was a subpoena dated January 19th of 2023. We have a notice that's dated January 19th of 2023. And we have an affidavit from the individual in California that doesn't address whether or not there was other attempts made at service before this individual, JJ, was served, I don't know, the thing was left in a mailbox from some random individual who was named JJ on an intercom. So I think the first step we need to do here, Judge, in my opinion, is setting aside that order to show cause, reissuing a subpoena for that same day. It can still be February 27th, and serving the individual. I'll still address things with Mr. Padilla. I'll still talk to Mr. Padilla, but in order to effectuate a proper record, in order to effectuate a issue where we are issue free, there needs to be an order to show cause based on a proper affidavit that is not attached to this motion. There's not even a subpoena attached to that motion. So in order to get an order to show cause in the past, and I've been denied, surprisingly,
know when they're getting, obviously we're not there yet, but when they start getting close to closing, so we have appropriate time to activate those subpoenas. That would be great.
Sure, that can be arranged.
And then, on my end, just from a scheduling standpoint, I have a 5 o'clock Zoom tomorrow, so I can do it right outside, I just need to break.
Remind me.
Okay, I will. Thank you.
All right, otherwise, we're all good?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we can, I guess, put Mr. Allen back on the stand. Jurors are all there?
They're in this.
Okay, are they ready to come out or are they still restroom?
No, they're in the one room. I can bring, you want me to bring them in the other room?
They're down in the reception?
Yes.
All right, no, go ahead, put them in the,
Okay.
Bring them out. Parties may be seated. Court will come to order. The parties are present. The jurors are present. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome back. I trust you're all able to follow the court's directions. Very good. All right. When last we met, Mr. Allen had been cross-examined by the defense counsel. It's now time for the state for redirect if they wish.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, 1 second. You are the same Robert Allen that was here the last several days?
Yes.
You are still under oath, sir. Counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Allen.
Good morning.
I see that the microphone bar is right in front of you, so nice and loud today, okay?
Yes.
All right. Now, you've been on the stand, I think, what is this, 4 or 5 days?
Yes.
You'd agree with me, you're not an angel, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall when you and I met, one of the only things that I told you to do, the one rule, you remember what that was?
Yes.
What was that?
Tell the truth.
Okay. And so have you done that in front of this jury since you've been testifying?
During the testimony.
And tax and judge.
Overruled.
Have you done that?
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna go over a couple things that you've testified to over the last couple days. But first, I wanna ask you, do you remember who was arrested first out of your 3 co-defendants and yourself?
Yes.
Who?
Deidre Williams.
Okay, do you remember when? If you don't remember the exact date, that's okay.
Yes, I do.
Okay, so when was he arrested?
June 19th.
Okay. How about who was arrested second out of the 4 of you?
Michael Boatwright.
Do you remember when Michael Boatwright was arrested? If you don't remember the date, that's okay.
I think it was July 5th.
Okay. And then who was arrested third?
Trayvon Newsom. I mean, me.
Okay. When were you arrested?
July 25th.
Who was arrested last?
Judge,
Trayvon
again, I'm
Newsom.
going to object to this. He would have no personal knowledge of when I surrendered my client to law enforcement.
Overruled. If he knows, the answer.
And I'll object to the speaking objection, Your Honor. Who was arrested last?
Trayvon Newsom.
Okay. Do you remember when Trayvon Newsom was arrested?
Sometime in August.
Okay. Now, the first two that were arrested before you, by the time you got arrested, in terms of the first statement that you gave, were you trying to protect your co-defendants and Trayvon Newsom was not arrested yet?
Yes.
And how were you trying to do that?
By not telling them who did it.
How would that protect them? So you thought, how would that protect your co-defendants?
I assume he wouldn't, I don't know, I just told him that they didn't, that I didn't know that he did it. When they showed the picture, I act like I didn't know who it was.
Okay. Even though you did know who it was.
Yes.
How about on July 26th, when you came back to Broward, you were extradited from Dodge County. And you spoke to Detective Curcio in person. You recall who was arrested by then, correct?
Yes,
And why didn't you tell the truth in the various parts of that statement?
Objection outside the scope.
Overruled.
You can answer. Were you still trying to protect your co-defendant?
Objection
Yes.
leading.
Subject to Your Honor's ruling yesterday, Your Honor, I would,
Overruled. I'll give you some latitude.
do you recall that you were trying to protect your co-defendants the second time you gave a statement?
yes,
Now, by October 23rd of 2018, all four of you were arrested, correct?
yes,
By then you had counsel, correct?
yes,
And by then, you named all four co-defendants, correct?
yes,
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled.
Now, do you recall in your October 23rd, 2018 statement, being asked the names of your co-defendant by Detective Curcio?
yes,
And what'd you say?
Objection. May we approach?
Detective Curcio asked you the four names of your four co-defendants, you recall?
yes.
What did you say? What did you tell him in October of 2018?
I gave him 3 names.
Who did you say?
Michael Boatwright, Trayvon Wilson, DJ.
Did you ever say anything about anybody else being involved in this case?
No,
Did you ever say anything about anybody from Toronto being involved in this case?
no,
Did you ever say anything about any other motive other than robbery being involved in this case?
no,
And that was in 2018, correct? Before you received any type of sentence or plea or anything?
yes,
Do you also recall in October of 2018 telling Detective Curcio what kind of weapon Trayvon Newsom had?
I don't know.
Okay, would you like to see your October 23rd, 2018 statement to refresh your recollection?
Yes,
Looking at page 19 starting on line 1 through 5 of your October 23rd statement. Just read right there, those couple lines. Okay? You've had an opportunity to review your statement.
Yes,
What kind of weapon did you say in October of 2018 that Trayvon Newsom had? This is before you had a deal. What kind of weapon?
handgun revolver.
Do you recall telling Detective Curcio in that same statement, before you had a deal, what kind of weapon Michael Boatwright had?
Yes,
What kind of weapon did you tell Detective Curcio Michael Boatwright had?
a rifle.
Do you recall telling Detective Curcio why you and your co-defendants were going to rob the victim?
I don't think so.
Okay, would you like to see your October 23rd statement?
Yes,
Looking at page 24, lines 10 through 14. Go ahead and read your consistent statement right there.
yes.
What did you tell Detective Curcio was the reason that the four of you were going to rob the victim in 2018?
At the time, I told him that it was for the jury.
Do you recall telling Detective Curcio who was driving the Dodge Journey that day?
Yes,
Who did you say was driving?
Gigi Williams.
And did you tell Detective Curcio the position that all four of you were in the car, in the Dodge Journey?
Yes,
What did you say?
told him that Gigi Williams was driving. I was sitting right behind him. Michael Boatwright was on the passenger side, and Trayvon Newsom was on the back passenger side.
Did you ever indicate that any one of you got out of the Dodge Journey at any point when you were backed in across the street from Riva?
No,
How about when the two vehicles pulled up next to the Dodge Journey? Did you ever indicate in 2018 or at any point that someone from one of those vehicles got in or out of the Journey?
no,
All right, I'm gonna show you State's Exhibit 8. Two of 5 of State's Exhibit 8. You recall this, correct?
yes.
How soon after you and your co-defendants robbed and killed the victim was this picture taken?
Objection outside the scope of cross.
You may answer.
Maybe 2 hours, 2 hours or less.
Now, Mr. Kimmock asked you who was employed at the time of June 2018. You recall that?
No, I remember him asking me who had a job.
Yes, that is correct. That is exactly how he said it. Who had a job?
Yes,
Who did you say had a job?
Michael Boatwright.
What was Michael Boatwright doing? Because I noticed that didn't come out. What was he doing at the time?
At the time, he was robbing people. But in 2000, I mean, when he, before,
I mean,
Okay, jury will disregard the last answer. Counsel may proceed.
Okay. Mr. Allen, Mr. Boatwright was living with you at the time of this homicide, correct?
Yes,
Did you recall, or do you recall that he was going to a landscaping job at that time?
I mean, he would pick up his check, but he would never go back.
Okay, so let me ask you specifically, did you see him going 40 hours a week or more to a landscaping job and coming back after that?
No,
Did you see him going for the entire time that he was living with you to this landscaping job?
when he came around me, he quit his job.
Okay, so by the time when you say came around you, are you talking about the time he's living with you for that 2-3 months around the time of the homicide?
Yes,
So he wasn't employed during that time?
no,
Okay, and so looking at states 8, which is, the exhibit is 2 of 5 of 8. Was the money, the US currency in hundreds of dollar bills that Mr. Boatwright is flashing, was that from his landscaping job or was that from the robbery that he just committed when he killed the victim?
robbery.
How about 5 of 5 of states 8? And to be clear, we already agreed you're not an angel, correct?
Yes,
So you weren't-
Answer.
Overruled.
You weren't employed during that time?
no,
Okay, so 5 of 5, looking at 5 of 5 with states 8, there's a picture of you and Mr. Boatwright. Where's that currency from?
robbery.
When you say the robbery, you're talking about the robbery in this case where you and your co-defendants killed and robbed Jahseh Onfroy?
Yes,
Mr. Newsom wasn't employed while he was living with you, correct?
no,
So the $100 bills, and I'm showing the jury 3 of 5 of states 8, the $100 bills in US currency that Mr. Newsom is flashing around the time of the homicide, where did that currency come from?
from the robbery.
The robbery where Mr. Newsom killed and robbed Jahseh Onfroy, correct?
Yes,
Now, Mr. Kimmock asked you a couple days ago during his cross-examination about anybody talking to you, and I believe it was in reference to state or law enforcement in 2020, and he asked about 2021 and 2022. Do you recall that? He went year by year and asked, did you speak to anyone during those years? You recall that?
yes,
Okay. In 2020, you were on lock. In 2021.
the same.
Okay, so you didn't see your own attorney for about 2 years because of the pandemic?
Yes,
Was it even possible to speak to the state during that time?
no,
From your recollection, and during that time frame, did you also get did you get COVID?
yes,
Okay, during that time that you had COVID, were you quarantined?
yes,
And what did that entail?
Objection, time frame, but
Rephrase.
during the pandemic, during the 2 years of the pandemic, when you were in custody, when you are being accused of not being able to speak to the state or getting a deal while you were in custody, during that time, did you receive COVID?
Yes.
Objection, time frame.
When did you get COVID?
Can't remember. I think it was 2021.
Okay. And during that time, what did your quarantine entail?
No one can leave out of the unit.
And when you say leave out of the unit, you couldn't leave out of the unit. Were you able to accept visitors?
No. Couldn't even go to court.
Couldn't even go to court. Court was canceled too, correct?
Yes.
And you recall court being canceled, meaning no hearings that you could go to for your case during 2020 during the pandemic?
Yes.
How about in 2021 during the pandemic? Do you recall there were numerous closures for your case or cancellations for your case?
Yes.
Now, you were asked by, I believe it was Mr. Kimmock, starting with Mr. Kimmock, regarding any deal or benefit that you've received as a result of your testifying, correct?
Yes.
Now, so secret that you talked to me, correct?
Yes.
Have I said that you're gonna receive any sentence whatsoever?
No.
You hope that you receive a lighter sentence, correct?
Yes.
But I have not promised you that you're gonna receive anything from all the way from time served. You understand that? And that means that you could still receive life in prison, correct?
Objection, leading, Judge.
Yes.
So you could still receive up to life in prison.
Yes.
And you understand that the way that you've resolved your case, which is you basically put yourself at the mercy of the court with what you refer to as an open plea. You discussed that on cross-examination, correct?
Yes.
What do you understand that to mean?
Only one person can sentence me,
Who is that?
the judge.
Okay, meaning myself, Ms. Buckaloo, do we have the right to sentence you?
No.
We can make a recommendation, correct?
Yes.
Your attorney can make a recommendation, but do you,
Objection, leading, Judge.
Overruled.
but you understand that the judge doesn't have to accept that recommendation, correct?
Yes.
Now, have you been to Riva before that day of June 18th?
No.
The day that you were at Riva, what kind of store is Riva?
A bike shop, I would say.
Nice and loud.
A bike shop, I would say.
You said obviously. Why was it obvious to you that it was a bike shop?
Everywhere.
Okay, and besides bikes, not bicycles, but you're referring to motorbikes, correct?
Yes.
Besides motorbikes being everywhere, because that's what they sell, what else did they sell that you recall observing that day?
All type of accessories.
Okay, accessories like masks,
Masks.
neoprene masks,
Yes. Gloves.
okay? Things, would you agree that it's things that a person would need to ride a bike? Helmets,
Yes.
jackets, things like that, correct?
Objection, leading.
Yes.
Sustained.
All right. You were asked by Mr. Kimmock what the individual wearing the backwards hat at the counter was holding. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you recall that you said?
A mask.
Now, at the counter where you were, weren't there multiple masks being sold?
Yes.
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
How many colors did you see?
On the stand, on the mask stand,
Yeah.
there's all types of masks.
Okay. Types of masks, different colors and things like that, correct?
Yes,
And you don't know, because you don't know the person, you don't know if that person that was at the counter is an avid motorbike rider, needing the mask from riding a motorbike, correct?
yes,
Okay, now, there's other reasons you could need a mask. So I'll ask you this. Does Mr. Williams, at his house that you're aware of, have a motorbike?
yes.
What kind?
Several bikes, yeah, four-wheeler, dirt bikes.
Okay, and at the time, he would have a mask for that riding, correct?
No,
So why this day did he need a mask?
to rob people.
Had you ever seen him wear a mask before for his motorbikes that he had?
No,
Had you ever seen him wear a helmet?
no,
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Had you ever seen him wear one of those leather jackets to prevent chafing? God forbid you fall down.
Overruled.
no,
So this is the first time that you've seen him purchase that type of mask?
Objection, leading.
Rephrase.
When's the first time you saw him purchase that type of mask?
can't remember the exact time, but we always purchase those masks.
Okay. For purposes of June 18th, you didn't have any plans to go riding that day, correct?
No,
Who else had a mask that day on June 18th?
me, Michael Porter, Trayvon Wilson.
You had the Dodge Journey. Did you have a trailer to hook up the motorbike to go riding?
No,
Would you normally have a way to transport the bike to an area, or would you just drive it or ride it from Mr. Williams' home?
he was just riding.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you, during Mr. Kimmock's questioning, he asked you specifically about your October 23rd, 2018 statement, page 61, line 23 through 25. And I believe the questioning was whether or not you felt that there was pressure that you were receiving from Detective Curcio. Do you recall that?
Yes,
All right, now I'm going to ask you to read the entire page, not just a segment. May I approach? Okay. Page 61, go ahead and read the entire page. If you need me to turn it before or after so you can get context, let me know. Okay, do you need context before or after?
Judge, I want to object, this is permissible bolstering, he did not say that he needed his recollection refreshed.
I'm going to object to speaking objection.
Overruled. Sustained.
Okay. What were you referring to when you were asked about some of the pressure that you were feeling?
And what did I ask? I mean, what did I say?
What were you referring to? You were feeling some pressure, correct?
Yes.
Were you feeling pressure from Detective Curcio to answer one way or another?
Objection, Judge Hearsay, what are you referring to?
Overruled.
No.
Say that again?
No.
Okay. In general, have you been relaxed since you've been arrested for murder, or do you feel a pressure?
Oppression.
It's not a relaxing situation for you, is it?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
How about testifying? How do you feel testifying?
I don't know. I don't understand. I don't understand the question.
Do you feel relaxed and comfortable?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
You feel relaxed and comfortable testifying,
Kind of.
okay? How about in 2018, when you spoke to Detective Curcio? Did you feel relaxed and comfortable then?
No.
Was it because Detective Curcio made you feel that way?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
With respect to July, when you were arrested, did you feel comfortable then?
No.
You were asked by Mr. Kimmock on cross-examination about how you changed the caliber of weapons that you testified about. Do you recall that?
Yes.
You were also asked, was there a reason that you did that? Do you remember being asked that?
Yes.
What was the reason?
As I was trying to minimize my involvement and my knowledge of knowing.
You were asked by Mr. Kimmock during cross-examination if you told Detective Curcio that you spoke to Michael Boatwright in July of 2022. You recall that?
Yes.
And you had given a different answer at that time, and that's what Mr. Kimmock went over with you. You recall that?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Kimmock asked you, is there a reason why you changed your testimony regarding that? You said yes.
Yes.
What was that reason?
I didn't want, trying to minimize my involvement at all costs at that time.
You were asked by Mr. Padilla on cross-examination where the weapons that you testified about came from. You recall?
Yes.
And about your dad's involvement. Your dad is deceased at this time, correct?
Yes.
It was not for murder.
No.
How did your father pass?
Heart attack.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Objection, Judge, move to strike.
Overruled.
When you were asked about by Mr. Padilla, how much money did Drake give you? And you said none, correct?
Yes,
Do you even know Drake?
not personally, no.
Okay, personally or otherwise, through even middle people?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
You know anybody in Toronto?
No,
Do you know any of the names like Slump God or DJ Archimedes or any of those names?
no,
Did anybody connected with Drake that you're aware of hire you to do the crime of killing and robbing the victim on June 18th, 2018?
no,
How about Mr. Boatwright? Did anybody connected with Drake hire Mr. Boatwright to do this crime?
no,
How about Mr. Newsom? Did anybody connected with Drake hire Mr. Newsom to do this crime?
no,
How about Mr. Williams? Did anybody hire Mr. Williams by Drake's team to do this crime?
no.
Now, you were asked by Mr. Ramirez, I believe it was yesterday, regarding what Dietrich Williams told Trayvon Newsom about the necklace. Do you remember that? The
Yes,
necklace that the victim in this case was wearing.
yes,
Do you know how Dietrich Williams knew that the victim had a crab lock on his necklace?
most real Cubans have,
Objection,
Non-responsive.
speculation.
I don't even know what they said. They all talked at the same time, Judge.
Objection non-responsive.
Objection, speculation.
Overruled, overruled.
You can answer. Do you know how Dietrich Williams knew that the victim had a crab lock on his necklace?
most real Cubans have crab locks.
Okay. You've seen the discovery in this case, your discovery.
Yes,
You've seen photographs of evidence, correct?
yes,
Were you aware that the necklace in fact has a crab lock?
Sustaining, rephrase.
What kind of lock does the victim's necklace actually have in this case? Do you know?
no,
Okay. Would it surprise you that it's a crab lock?
Objection, leading.
Sustain.
For those of us that may not know, what does a crab lock look like? Can you describe it?
yes.
Go ahead.
As lock, lock around where you lock your necklace around.
Nice and loud.
And it has two points that you, it's like, it latches like this.
Okay. And so raise your hands up because the monitor so that the jury can see you.
It latches like, it'll go up like this.
Okay, and it latches into the rectangular part.
Yes,
And do you know why even though Trayvon Newsom was told, according to you, by Dietrich Williams, not to grab the necklace because it has a crab lock. Do you know why Trayvon Newsom tried to do it anyway?
Yes.
Okay. Did he tell you why?
No, he didn't tell me why, but I know why.
Why?
Judge, it calls for speculation. She didn't tell him. Speculation.
If he knows it's not speculating, overruled.
You heard the judge's ruling. You can answer.
Because he always grabbed the area.
Judge, I'd like to move to sidebar.
Jury will disregard the last statement, but we can have sidebar if you wish.
Again, Judge, I was wondering if this is any cumulative effects of outrageous. This is apparently because it is directly in his minds. How would he know? He just said, so we're inviting a speculation which included involuntary. He is because it's the understood. What probably had no reason to suspect he would say that, but Judge, right, and I think the statement why he knew, Judge, you're driving, she's driving right over his minds, hoping the court will sustain our objections and go great history. This is all totally a serious impeachment that has to be changed, that she was on this road to sit down on this other crimes.
May I proceed?
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Out of Mr. Boatwright and Mr. Newsom, who grabbed the Louis Vuitton from the victim?
Trayvon Newsom.
you seen the victim in this case, Jahseh Onfroy, in the store with his Louis Vuitton bag in Riva?
No.
What, if anything, did Trayvon Newsom say to Michael Boatwright in the car immediately after the homicide and robbery regarding Michael Boatwright's shooting?
And he almost shot him.
And what did Michael Boatwright say in response to Trayvon Newsom saying that?
I didn't even look.
Mr. Ramirez asked you on cross-examination that if your testimony were to assist in convicting the 3 co-defendants, that you'll get a better deal. Have you ever been told that?
No.
And by told that, I'm referring to myself or anybody from the state or BSO.
Objection meeting.
Overruled.
No.
Just one moment, Your Honor. Just one moment, Your Honor. I'm showing you defense exhibit, I believe it's a composite 4, and I can't tell from this which co-defendant entered it, but it's composite. Oh, excuse me, defense exhibit 1, it's a composite 4 photographs. Okay, you recall these photos?
Yes.
Now I'm showing you 1 of 4. Were any of these individuals that are in 1 of 4 with you on the day that the 4 of you committed the homicide and robbery against Jahseh Onfroy?
No.
Showing you 2 of 4. How about that person that's kneeling down? Was that person with you on that day at Riva?
No.
Showing you 3 of 4. The individual in the white shirt. Was that person with you on 6/18/2018 when you and your co-defendants killed and robbed Jahseh Onfroy?
No.
Showing you 4 of 4. Were any of those 3 individuals with you on the day that you robbed and killed Jahseh Onfroy?
Yes.
Who?
Adrian Williams.
And what is he wearing in the photograph?
A sweatsuit.
Okay, what color is it?
It's a lot of colors.
Multicolored?
Yes.
I'm showing you Defense Composite Exhibit 2. Now that currency that you're flashing in that photograph, is that from the robbery?
Yes.
And the robbery I'm referring to is 6/18/2018.
Yes.
Who's taking the photograph?
I'm not sure if it's Michael Borat or Trayvon Newsom.
Okay, so the photographs were being taken by one of your co-defendants, Michael Boatwright or Trayvon Newsom, correct?
Yes.
In the room with you, where you are flashing the currency from the robbery, correct?
Yes.
Is that also from the same time? I'm showing you 4 of 4 of State's Composite Exhibit 2.
Yes.
And so in all those photographs, it was your co-defendant that took the photos.
Yes.
Just one moment. So you recall being asked about the amounts that you and your co-defendants received from the $50,000, correct?
Yes.
What was the amount that you always said that you received?
5,000.
Did that ever change?
No.
No further questions.
Redirect on behalf of Mr. Boatwright, permission to recross switch.
Recross, yes.
Just a moment while I gather my things.
Yeah.
Do you need any of these exhibits? Thank you, Mr.
Mr. Allen, the amount that you said that Dedrick Williams changed though, correct?
Yes.
Just in July of 2022, just 8 months ago, you said that Dedrick Williams received $12,000, correct?
Yes.
And to this jury, you said Dedrick Williams received $15,000, correct?
Yes.
The amount that you said that Trayvon Newsom received changed, correct?
Yes.
Just in July of 2022, you said that he received $12,000, correct?
Yes.
To this jury, you said he received $15,000, correct?
Yes.
And the amount that you said that Michael Boatwright changed, correct?
Yes,
You said in July of 2022 that he received $17,000, correct?
yes,
And to this jury, you said that he received $15,000, correct?
yes,
You would agree with me that whether Dedrick Williams received $12,000 or $15,000, that does not minimize your role in this homicide, correct?
Objection argumentative.
Overruled.
say that again?
That you telling the prosecutor in July of 2022 that Dedrick Williams received $12,000, that doesn't minimize your role in this homicide, correct?
No,
No, that's just you not getting your story straight, correct?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
The prosecutor asked you about the pressure that you were feeling in October of 2018. The statement that you said to Detective Curcio was, "It's like you're trying to push me to say something I don't know," correct?
yes,
You told the detective that you felt like he was trying to push you to say something you didn't know, correct?
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Go ahead, you can answer. All right. And in fact, you felt like Detective Curcio was trying to get you to say something that you didn't know, correct?
not really.
So you were just making that up.
Yes,
You were just making up that you were feeling, that you felt like he was trying to get you to say something that you didn't know.
yes,
In the prosecutor asked you about the COVID issue in the jails. The jails shut down in March of 2020, correct?
so yes,
So between October of 2018, all of 2019, and then from January to March of 2020, you did not receive any deal from the state attorney's office, correct?
no,
Right. And they had ample access to you for that year and a half, correct?
yes,
There was nothing prohibiting lawyers from going into the court, from going into the jail at that time, correct?
yes,
From March of 2020 till the beginning of 2021, that's when there were these restrictions in the jail, correct?
yes,
During that time, you could still meet with your attorney on video visits, correct?
yes,
Did the state attorney's office ever seek to meet with you over a video visit?
no,
And then from the beginning of 2021 all the way until July of 2022, you did not receive a deal during that time, correct?
say it again?
From the beginning of 2021 through until your meeting in July of 2022, you did not receive a deal with the state attorney's office during that time, correct?
No,
And during that time, prosecutors, lawyers, they were able to come into the jail during that time, correct?
Objection, speculation.
Lawyers were able to meet with clients in the jail during that time, correct?
Objection, Judge, misleading as to who the lawyers were.
Overruled.
I'm not sure, I don't know.
Okay. You don't know if the restrictions were lifted from the jail, correct?
I think so.
In July of as late as July of 2022, there were still parts of your story, like the money part, that you were lying to this prosecutor about, correct?
Yes,
Nothing further, thank you.
On behalf of, Mr. Well, kind of like going in the order that it was done.
Okay, no problem. Can we go to the sidewalk?
Mr. Williams, do you wish to recross?
Sir, you were asked by the state regarding, my client and my client riding motorcycles, correct?
Yes,
But isn't it true that you have no idea about my client riding motorcycles because you yourself don't ride motorcycles? Isn't that correct?
yes.
You don't ride motorcycles because you're too fat for the motorcycle, is that correct?
Objection, Judge, argument and then.
Withdrawn.
question.
Sustained. Jury will disregard that line.
Actually, are you testifying that you've never seen my client wear goggles
No, I have not.
or gloves? Is that what you're saying?
I never saw him with gloves.
But that's based on what? You're saying that you've seen him ride, or you're saying that you haven't seen him ride?
So I'm saying, I've seen him ride, but he rides all the time, so I wouldn't see him ride all the time. I would only see him ride sometimes, so,
But, because you don't ride with him, correct?
no,
You testified that your dad was a drug dealer, right? You said that.
yes,
And that your dad's, apparently, one of his addicts is the one that drove you up to another state, correct?
Objection outside the scope of redirect.
You can answer.
say it again?
You testified to this jury that one of your dad's addicts drove you to another state. Is that correct?
I didn't tell you he drove me to another state. I told you he drove me to, Fort Pierce,
Correct, I'm sorry. So one of your dad's addicts drove you to Fort Pierce, is that correct?
yes,
That's because your dad was a drug dealer. What drugs did your dad sell?
Objection, Judge, relevance.
Sustained.
Now, your dad's drug dealing is something that you knew about, correct?
yeah,
Kind of, because you didn't intricately know the people that your dad was involved in. Is that true?
Objection, relevance. Collateral matter as well.
You can answer.
no, I believe if he was involved with anybody as big people, he would tell.
He would tell you, you would know about that.
Yes,
Okay. And you're stating that because the state asked you regarding any knowledge that you had regarding your dad and persons from Toronto. And it's your testimony to this jury that you believe that you would know that. Is that what you're saying?
I don't think she asked me, did my dad have any involvement with anybody in Toronto?
Did he?
No,
Would you know that?
yes,
You testified that your dad died of a heart attack, but isn't it true that that heart attack was due to drug consumption?
Judge, I'm gonna object, relevance.
Sustained.
Now, you have knowledge that my client was involved and his business was tattooing people, correct?
yes,
And as part of that business, people would pay him in cash money, isn't that true?
yes,
And it's also true that you've seen on multiple occasions my client flashing money on social media. Would you agree with that?
yes.
No further questions.
Recross on behalf of Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Judge. Very briefly, Mr. Allen. I know you've been up there a long time. State asked you to look back at page 61. I had asked you some questions about page 61 in the statement from October 23rd, 2018, given by you under oath. Remember that statement, right?
Yes,
And I think Mr. Kimmock also asked you about it. The state asked you to read the entire page, correct?
yes,
And you had a chance to do that just a few minutes ago, right?
yes.
How many times did you lie on that page alone to the detective?
Objection, Judge, improper impeachment and form of question.
Now approach him. First part of that page is talking about the guns that were used here. Do you remember what you said? Just this for 2 months.
Yeah.
And what did you say? If you want to read it, you can.
He should refresh and then you can.
I'm sorry, Judge, you're right.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes,
You said they didn't load up with no guns. I didn't see them putting no guns in there. Remember that?
yes,
That wasn't true, was it? That was a lie.
yes.
Here, read line 6 and see if that refreshes your recollection as to the second line on that page. It's the second line on that page, isn't it?
Yeah.
And you said the only gun I could see was Trayvon's gun, even though you testified here, you knew all 4 guns were involved in this case.
Yes.
Going down again, now let's go to line 13. When you're asked about, well, it's your response. They were getting hoodies, right?
Yeah.
What was your answer?
Judge, I'm gonna object. This is improper. I don't even know what he's referring to in the question.
Please be a little more focused.
Remember the detective asking you about the hoodies?
Yes,
And you testified here, they bought a hoodie that day at Riva, right? He bought one, somebody bought one, right?
I couldn't go,
It was a mask.
yes,
Okay. Remember the detective asking you what were they getting ready to do when they had the hoodies and the masks?
yes,
And here you testified they were getting ready to commit a robbery, right?
yes,
But you told the detective, how am I supposed to know? I don't know,
yes,
right? And then the bottom is where you say, it's like you're trying to push me to say something I don't know, correct?
yes,
So you say you're minimizing, don't you?
yes,
But you're lying. That's what you're doing, and then you're explaining it as if it's minimizing.
Judge,
Isn't
I'm
that
gonna
true?
object. It's argumentative, the question.
Sustained.
Does minimize rhyme with lies?
Judge, I'm gonna object. This also argumentative and
Sustained.
improper.
Nothing further, thank you.
Any read based solely on the props?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. You're excused. Do not discuss your testimony with any other witness. All right, ladies and gentlemen, 10 minutes after noon. Maybe a good time for us to break for lunch. We'll reconvene at 1:30 sharp. As with each time we break, I will remind you not to form any definite fixed opinions and merits the case to hear all the evidence, arguments, counsel, instructions on the law by me. Until that time, you must not discuss cases among yourselves. During the course of the trial, court takes regular recesses during which you're permitted to separate and go about your personal affairs. During these recesses, you should not discuss cases with anyone, nor permit anyone to say anything to you in your presence. Anyone attempts to, found on the jury, ask them to stop. If they persist, leave them at once. Fourth matter, one of my deputies, if you see counsel, witnesses, defendants, anyone else associated with the case in the hallway, they will ignore you. They're not being rude, they're following the court's orders. Have a great lunch. We will see you at 1:30. Parties present, jurors are absent. Anything else you'd like to discuss before we break?
Judge, I just want to make sure that they don't transfer him to another county because I'm planning to call that case in chief. I just wanted to give you some.
Your Honor, I can't control that.
Well-
When and if he's ready, then we'll deal with it then.
Just, I don't know where they are going to keep him in between that time, but certainly he will remain subject to recall. And if any of the council anticipate calling
us know the day before, and then I can ensure that our sheriff's office has them.
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right, and state, you have at least 2 for the afternoon?
I do, Judge, and I
Will
have,
they take the rest of the afternoon, or?
okay, so I have 2 for the afternoon, third is coming in just in case.
Okay, so we're set. either.
I have to, over the break, I'm gonna confirm about the third, but I definitely have 2.
Okay, and, we'll shoot for between 4:30 and 5 again, so.
I think
but-
we can with the time frame that we have.
Okay, but it's always good to have someone in the bullpen, if you will.
Trying,
All right.
thank
appreciate
you.
it. Thank you.
1:30, Judge?
1:30, well, 1:25 for you guys, 5 minutes before they come back. Always. Thank you, have a great lunch. We're in
Same.
recess.
Sir, all right. Thank you, everybody. Our Spartan community is reeling today. I want to start by thanking law enforcement, including the Michigan State University Police, the Michigan State Police, the FBI, all of our local agencies, first responders, local departments.
Moving to your dream home, a not so dreamy color? You need the power of Verta painters, the power to paint your home the color you really want.
And officers as far away as Oakland County for their efforts last night. I also want to thank the incredible medical professionals at Sparrow who are working hard to care for those injured, as well as all the community members that shared tips so that our law enforcement could act. We mourn the loss of beautiful souls today and pray for those who are continuing to fight for their lives. Every Spartan student, parent, and staff member should know that Michiganders and Americans everywhere are thinking of you today. President Biden and I spoke last night. He pledged his support and the thoughts of an entire nation. And we will work together to do what is necessary to help MSU community heal. We're all broken by an all too familiar feeling. Another place that is supposed to be about community and togetherness, shattered by bullets and bloodshed. We know this is a uniquely American problem. Today is the 5th anniversary of the Parkland shooting. We're mere weeks past the Lunar New Year shooting at a dance hall, and a few months past a shooting at an elementary school in Uvalde. And looking back at a year marked by shootings at grocery stores, parades, and so many other ordinary, everyday situations, we cannot keep living like this. Our children are scared to go to school. People feel unsafe in their houses of worship or local stores. Too many of us scan rooms for exits when we enter them. And many of us have gone through the grim exercise of figuring out who our last call would be to. Last night, a lot of kids on this campus made those calls. They worried for their lives and for their friends, for their fellow Spartans. Parents across Michigan were on pins and needles, calling their kids to tell them that they love them. As parents, we tell our kids, it's going to be okay. We say that all the time. But the truth is, words are not good enough. We must act, and we will. But today, let's hold the MSU and East Lansing communities close. And let's think of the families and friends of those who have lost, those fighting for their lives, and the countless Michiganders whose lives are forever changed by yesterday's shooting. We will get through this together. and we will do it with the full support of the state of Michigan and the U.S. federal government. And with that, I would like to hand this over to our Congresswoman Melissa Slotkin.
Thanks, Governor. I want to echo what the governor said about the response of law enforcement. Those of you who might have been listening on the scanner, you heard how deeply complex this operation was yesterday, with young people calling in tips constantly, with an unbelievably difficult area of environment to navigate. Law enforcement did an incredible job. We had hundreds respond from across the state. And I think it's a testament to those who hold the thin blue line for us, the ones that hesitate or do not hesitate when we need them. And I think we should recognize how desperately needed they were last night in our society in general. I want to thank the doctors and nurses and staff at Sparrow Hospital. They were on it. No one wants to live through a mass shooting like this, but they were prepared and they handled it with grace and humanity. As the representative of Oxford, Michigan, I cannot believe that I am here again doing this 15 months later. And I am filled with rage that we have to have another press conference to talk about our children being killed in their schools. And I would say that you either care about protecting kids or you don't. You either care about having an open, honest conversation about what is going on in our society or you don't. But please don't tell me you care about the safety of children if you're not willing to have a conversation about keeping them safe in a place that should be a sanctuary. Now, the Spartan community is incredibly connected and proud. We've already seen people come together. But for me, the most haunting picture of last night was watching the cameras pan through the crowds and seeing a young person wearing an Oxford Strong sweatshirt. The sweatshirts that were handed out after those kids lived through a school shooting 15 months ago. And we have children in Michigan who are living through their second school shooting in under a year and a half. If this is not a wake-up call to do something, I don't know what is. In the meantime, I feel confident that our law enforcement is doing everything that they can to understand the situation. I'm thrilled that federal law enforcement is on scene, bringing their resources to the fight. We're not going to rest until we understand. But I think the fact that we're having this conference so quickly after another mass shooting in our state should be a statement in and of itself. Thanks very much.
That's okay. Children's Claritin, the non-drowsy allergy brand pediatricians recommend most. Live Claritin Clear.
All you have to do is point.
Yes!
Well, on behalf of the community, I'm Mayor Andy Shore.
Mayor Ron Bacon, East Lansing.
City of Lansing. This is the morning that nobody ever wants to have. This is the day that nobody ever wants to be standing up at a lectern. When you get elected, you want to talk about the great things in your community and not this. But here we are. I do want to thank the Lansing residents who stood up. These many tips you've heard about came in from many of our residents, and as a result, the shooter was identified and the threat was neutralized. So we're very proud of our citizens in Lansing. There's going to be so much fear. It's not just the students, it's the community. I've heard from parents and citizens who didn't know what was going on. So I want to share, we have a community mental health resource that is open 24/7. It's a crisis services department, 517-346-8200. And I also want to share in the incredible job that was done by our law enforcement, LPD, ELPD, state police, Ingham County, and of course, MSU. This is what they train for. And today and yesterday, they were able to show that they are prepared. It's not something you ever want to do when you train, but they were prepared and they were excellent.
As of today, East Lansing Hannah Center will be available to students in need of resources, and counseling will be available all day. We'll be working with the Department of Health Services today as well to extend other additional things to the community. I just want to say, as mayor of East Lansing, When I introduce myself, I'm the mayor of East Lansing, home of Michigan State University. We are indivisible. This Spartan will thing is real. I want to send out my deepest regrets and remorse to the families that lost children, the fear stricken in the children. At Michigan State, for my children, I am a dad here in this community, is like a playground for them. It's where you go and have your first experiences and taste of college life and fun and all those types of things. And I'm just shattered today. My heart aches for our community, and it will be present. We'll be here in support. President Woodruff, the entire community of Michigan State University will stand hand in hand. And this is just the beginning. We will find a way forward. I don't want to stand up here and try to communicate that we have the answers at this point. But as Congressperson Slotkin said, we're going to find the answers. And we're going to figure some stuff out here. This has gone far enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Denny Martin. I'm the interim president and chief medical officer at Sparrow Hospital, Lansing. I think a lot of very dry mouths up here this morning, so bear with us and appreciate your patience. I can confirm that last evening we cared for 5 individuals who were brought to Sparrow Hospital from East Lansing campus. The team in our level 1 trauma center with our emergency medicine physicians and trauma surgeons were waiting for them upon their arrival. I will give a lot of thanks to the individuals, the first responders on the scene. Our ability to care for these individuals starts in the field, and they did a fantastic job. 4 of those individuals did require surgical intervention to treat their injuries. 1 individual did not and was taken to the critical care unit after being triaged in the emergency department. All 5 individuals remained in critical condition this morning. I want to thank the overwhelming response from our team, everyone in our level 1 trauma center. This is something we've talked about this morning that we practice for very often, but never want to have to do. And we did it amazingly well. I'm very proud of everyone. The team was led by our emergency department physicians, again with our trauma surgeons, but can't forget we had general surgeons, cardiothoracic surgeons, neurosurgeons. Didn't get a lot of sleep last night, sorry. So many people that just came in. We received a lot of texts that were just, I'm on my way, just within people showing up, where do you need me? It was a sad, but very proud night for all of us here. So I can't speak to anything about the identity of the individuals, but I'm sure we'll have some time for questions afterwards. But again, everyone is in critical condition at this time, but actively being cared for by our team at Sparrow. So thank you all.
Good morning. My name is Teresa Woodruff, and I serve as the interim president here.
You're good to go.
What the heck, Phil?
Native has fantastical scents like coconut and vanilla, sea salt and cedar, eucalyptus and mint.
And our Spartan hearts are broken. We're grieving, but as a community, we're grieving together. We struggle to comprehend. We lost families, friends, classmates, and our hearts go out to the victims and families of this senseless tragedy. And we offer to each of them the peace that passeth understanding. We continue to thank for our medical professionals at Sparrow, and we know that they are taking the best care possible of our students. To our students, We have available to you the support that you need at the Hannah Community Center, as was mentioned by Mayor Bacon. This includes counseling and psychological services, as well as employee assistance programs for our faculty and staff. And we're deeply appreciative to the governor for reaching out directly to President Biden and for the offer of additional mental health services for our community. As a university, we also thank our law enforcement colleagues, both here and in multiple jurisdictions, who responded immediately and continue to protect our community today and each day. I want to thank the staff who are on campus today. MSU is on modified operations, which means we're on essential personnel only for today and for tomorrow. And those staff who are here to support our 17,000 students who are on campus and our 50,000 students across this great university, we thank you. I also thank directly our students, faculty, and staff who complied with the request to shelter in place for hours at end without knowing exactly what was happening. We thank you for your courage to maintain that shelter, which allowed our law enforcement to take the actions that they did. We ask each of you to honor your feelings and to take care of yourself and each other. And together we will come back more resilient than ever and more ready to face what is needed in this society, which is the courage of all of us to ensure that this never happens again.
Good morning. I'm Marlon Lynch, Vice President for Public Safety and Chief of Police here at Michigan State University. You've heard by several people in regards to the response of first responders last night. Their work continued through the night, processing crime scenes, obtaining additional statements, additional evidence, tireless work hours. We're not only bound by our duty, but a large percentage of us are invested in our community. We went to school here. We have children here. We have family. This is us. This is part of us. These partnerships are great. Our processes will continue with this. We will continuously be joined by our partners as we are here today with the FBI, the state police, as well as Lansing Police Department in East Lansing. And I hate to even go down the list because there's so many agencies that responded last night, continuously responding and asking how can they help. And it was all in a timely manner, very timely with that. You will hear a recap of the incident and as well as some updates based on the events that have occurred overnight in regards to our students that were involved and also the suspect.
Good morning. Deputy Chief Chris Rosman with the Michigan State University Police and Public Safety. As you can tell, this has been a long night for a lot of us. We have been committed from the beginning to being as transparent and getting as much information out as possible. And we're going to continue to do that throughout the day and as this investigation moves forward. I'm going to start with a brief recap of the incident yesterday. This tragic situation unfolded shortly before 8:30 p.m. The first call that we received was from Berkey Hall. Berkey Hall is an academic building on our northern campus that borders downtown East Lansing. Initial calls reported shots fired in that building, and there was a absolutely overwhelming police response to that initial call. We had officers in that building within minutes, and in that building, they encountered several students who were injured. We can confirm that 2 of the deceased were in Berkey Hall, along with several of the victims. While the officers were managing that scene at Berkey Hall, we began receiving additional reports of another shooting at the MSU Union Building, just to the west of Berkey Hall, right on the corner of Abbott and Grand River. Officers redeployed to that location, where we did locate one additional victim. We do have 3 total deceased and 5 victims at the hospital. We can confirm that all 3 deceased were MSU students. We can also confirm at this time that all 5 of the injured victims at the hospital were also MSU students. We will release the names of those students later today, once we work through some notifications and make sure that the family's aware that we're going to release those names. The suspect in this case was located at approximately 11:35 p.m. in the city of Lansing. The suspect was located by units that were assisting in looking for that suspect after the shootings. The suspect is deceased due to a self-inflicted gunshot wound, and we are prepared to release the name of the person who committed these homicides at this time. We have previously confirmed that he was 43 years old, he's a male. His name is Anthony. Last name is McCrae, M-C-R-A-E. Anthony Dwayne McCrae is a 43-year-old male. We would like to sincerely thank our community for their help. Because of our quick release of the photograph from the campus security cameras and the help from our community, it was a caller's tip that led law enforcement to that suspect in the city of Lansing. We cannot thank the public and the community and the person who called in that report enough for being observant, for following our messaging, and for being vigilant and contacting us immediately.
Your new home needs more than just paint. It needs the power of CertaPro painters. The power of a customized plan that brings your vision to life. The power of Pro. Start your project at
We will continue to share resources for the MSU community through our institutional website and our MSU Police and Public Safety social media pages. We know that this news may be difficult for those within our campus community and beyond. And it's important to remember that the grief that some individuals may be experiencing is normal. And there are a number of ways in which individuals can seek support, including talking with friends, family, and colleagues to process this and taking advantage of many of the resources that we have provided. We are prepared at this point to take some questions. Sure. I'm going to turn it over to Special Agent in Charge, Jim Taraska.
Good morning. I'm Jim Taraska, the Special Agent in Charge of the FBI in Michigan. First of all, our hearts go out to all the victims, their families, the students, and the community. This happens much too often. I'd like to thank all our partners in law enforcement. Chief, once again, thanks for your leadership. Just great examples of leadership last night from all the agencies that showed up short notice and showed selfless sacrifice to attempt to identify, find the subject, and eliminate the threat. Last night when this occurred, many agencies arrived on scene. The FBI deployed agents, analysts, and specialty teams to help in the effort to help the victims and to also find the individual responsible, which occurred. Thanks to law enforcement. Law enforcement here in Michigan, it's the best I've seen in my 30 years in law enforcement. And I was very proud of our community in law enforcement and the community at large to come together to resolve this issue, this matter. And we'll continue working in the future hand in hand to mitigate these threats and try to make Michigan as safe a place as we can for our families. Thank you.
So I think we are prepared to take some questions now. Again, I do have to reiterate, this is still fluid. It's still ongoing. There are still crime scenes that are being processed, and we still are in the process of putting together the pieces to try to solve, to try to understand what happened and why it may have happened. So we're still working through that. So we will go ahead and take some questions at this time.
Seven, Deputy Chief, can you
Hold on.
discuss at all?
Hold on. Go ahead right there.
Thank you. There was a large police presence on a home on Creston Avenue and East Howe Avenue in Lansing. Was that the suspect's home?
So I can't confirm the actual location or address. We are aware that there was a search warrant executed on a residence that was connected to the suspect in this case. We're not prepared to share that specific location at this point.
Do you have any information on the firearm and whether it was registered to the individual who suspected using it?
So at this point, we have no additional information on the actual weapon that was used in the incident. Those are things that we will continue to process and look at today as part of our investigation.
Did you recover the weapon?
We did recover a weapon, yes.
So
Right there.
7 of the 8 victims are Berkey Hall. The 8th is at the Union, and the Union victim also one that passed away. Is that correct?
There were two of the victims from Berkey Hall are deceased. One victim from the Union is deceased. There are 5 additional victims that are at Sparrow Hospital. I cannot confirm where all 5 of those victims, which building they were in. I believe most of them were from Berkey Hall, but I can't confirm that. I'm gonna go right there. Yes.
I understand the first, you said officers arrived shortly after the 8th recall, but in the second building, can you describe the timetable of what it took to get to the embassy building? Because officers were already within distance of what is happening.
Yeah, the MSU Union is within very close proximity to Berkey Hall. It's within walking distance. I would describe it as less than a block to the west of Berkey Hall. All indications at this point point to the fact that the suspect exited Berkey Hall and walked over to the MSU Union. When those calls initially started coming in from the Union, we were able to quickly redeploy resources to the Union, and the suspect actually quickly fled that building. He was not in the building for that long.
So when you say redeployed, how much of a timetable is between that?
I can't get into specifics on the time frame right now, but that will be part of the investigation that we'll look at is the time between those 2 incidents. Right there.
Has the suspect had any previous interaction with law enforcement?
So that's part of our investigation today, is to look at the suspect, his background, his history. Those are things that are occurring with our state and federal partners right now, who have really taken the lead on helping us with identify the suspect, especially since that incident did occur off campus. But those are things that we're looking at today, and those will be integral to the investigation in the background.
Can you shed any light as to why this happened, what his motive was, why he chose Michigan State?
You know, we had the same question last night, and we have the same answer this morning. We have absolutely no idea what the motive was at this point. We can confirm that the 43-year-old suspect had no affiliation to the university. He was not a student, faculty, staff, current or previous. So that's an unknown right now, and that's what we're trying to understand is why this incident occurred. I know everybody wants to know what the motive is. We don't have an answer right now, and that's the honest truth.
Was anything found inside of his home that might help with that?
I can't comment on what was located in the residence as part of that search warrant, but that is part of the ongoing investigation. Right there.
Last week, several schools in Okemos and other schools across the state were shut down for an active shooting, which was determined to be a hoax. Have you determined if there's any connection to that at this point?
So I won't get into that in detail. Obviously, we're looking at the possibility of any connection. There doesn't, what I will say is there doesn't appear to be initially, but those are the type of things that our state and federal partners are really going to look at. But initially, it does not appear that there's any connection. In the back right there, blue, Cal 7.
I understand that police made contact with the suspect before he shot himself. Can you explain what that contact was and what was the time frame?
So I don't have any additional information on the sequence of events when law enforcement contacted the suspect. There was a tip called in from a alert citizen that reported the suspect. That call was dispatched to resources that we had deployed in the field. We had so many police officers on campus. As part of our unified command structure, we started deploying resources off campus in order to respond to reports just like this. And the responding officers encountered the suspect. And I can't comment more on that actual interaction that is being investigated by the Michigan State Police right now. Right there.
Does Mr. McRae live in this community first, and then also for medical personnel here? Can you tell us anything more about the extent of the injuries on the side?
I'll start with that and I'll turn it over to the doc. We're still working to ascertain place of residence for the suspect. As we have said all along, we want to make sure any information that we share is accurate, and we are still working to determine place of hometown and residence for the suspect.
There wasn't a consistent injury pattern with the individuals that were brought to the hospital, but the initial reports last evening that the injuries were life-threatening was correct. But there wasn't a consistent nature. It was a variety of injuries associated with the gunshots that came in.
Were there any other weapons recovered on the suspect or around the suspect after he took his own life, and weapons and or ammunition?
So again, I can't comment on that specifically. That will be part of the investigation. That scene that occurred is being investigated by the Michigan State Police. And I can't comment on what evidence was recovered at that specific scene.
You did say that you recovered one weapon.
We do have at least one weapon, yes.
Used in the incident on campus.
That's part of the investigation, and we'll work to determine that.
We'll take one more question.
If I may.
We'll go to, we'll come back to
slide in regard to the timing of the tip. Roughly, you came out at around 11 o'clock shortly thereafter with the first news briefing and released the picture. Suspect was encountered before midnight. So this tip came within minutes of you guys releasing this photo, or can you clarify?
Yeah, no, that's absolutely correct. As soon as during this incident, when it was ongoing, and you can imagine the number of moving pieces, we had MSU police and public safety investigators reviewing surveillance footage, and they quickly determined that we had a picture of the suspect, and we quickly disseminated that publicly. And you are correct, it was shortly after we released it that he was recognized by an alert citizen. And so the time frame was pretty quick after we released it. So we commend the community and the citizen that called that in. And that was exactly what we were trying to achieve by releasing that picture, was to generate immediate tips for this person that was mobile, that we had no idea where he was at that point.
And if I may, did any of the victims or anybody that might have been in proximity say if the suspect said anything or just came in shooting, or can you clarify at all how it transpired?
So that'll be part of the investigation in terms of what the suspect did or said. There are numerous witnesses that we have interviewed, and we will start to put those pieces together and see. But I don't have that information right now in terms of if the suspect said anything when he committed these heinous crimes. In the back, that's.
How long will resources be provided to students on top of, will there be any extensions on school-related school activities?
We will provide the resources the students need for the time period they need. And again, we thank the federal government for their response. We will be in modified operations for the next 2 days, and then we will move into a period where classes will be canceled until Monday morning, but campus operations will resume.
Yes, medical staff, one other question.
One more
I
for that.
understand that the We understand that the patients are still in critical condition. Can you tell us what their prognosis is for recovery?
It's still very early on. This is injuries occurred just over 12 hours ago, so their conditions are evolving. Again, I'll say that they're all absolutely in a critical condition, but there's varying degrees of that. But I think it's just too early. It's too early on in their course to give any kind of prognosis at this point. So. No, not at this time. We can't identify anyone. Yep.
So appreciate everybody coming this morning. We are going to continue to share information. That concludes this briefing. We will be here today and working around the clock to provide resources and to continue this investigation, and we will continue to provide information. But thank you.
Parties may be seated. Court will come to order. The parties are present. The jurors are present. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome back. State, call your next.
The state calls it Jahseh Onfroy.
All the way up to the front. Stand right there. Face the clerk, raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You may be seated. Please state your full name, spelling your first and last name for the record.
Jahseh Onfroy, Jahseh
You may inquire.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I know you're very soft-spoken for us, so if you could just move your chair in a little bit closer and talk right into that black box right in front of you so we can all hear you, that would be great because the acoustics in this is not great. All right?
Yes, ma'am.
A little louder for me.
Yes, ma'am.
There we go. Thank you. All right. So, Mr. Xxxtentacion, what do you do for a living?
I work at Riva Motorsports in the parts department.
In the parts department, you said?
Yes.
Okay. And how long have you worked for Riva Motorsports?
8 years.
8 years. And are you a sales associate? Is that your position?
Yeah, parts and sales.
Parts and sales. Okay. Part of your sales would include like masks or and bikes for that matter?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the year that you started working for Riva?
I want to say 2015.
Okay. So were you working there on June 18, 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you recall the day that we're here for today?
Yes.
All right. Talk to me a little bit about that day. Do you recall someone whose stage name as X coming into the store that day?
Yes.
Do you recall what he was doing that day? Did he buy anything?
I believe he was coming to make a purchase on some Can-Am spiders.
On what?
Can-Am spiders. It's a motorcycle.
A motorcycle. Okay. Just need you to enunciate into that box in front of you for us. Okay. All right. So he's looking at the bikes. Did you see him specifically, or did you help him?
Just saw him.
Just saw him. All right. At the same time, did you end up helping someone else at the counter?
Yes.
Can you describe that person that you ended up helping at the counter that day while X was in Riva Motorsports?
About 5'5", 180 pounds. Face tattoos.
Had you seen that person before?
Yes.
Do you recall him by any name? Would you call him by a name?
Chucky.
Chucky? All right. If you can remember, how many times had you seen Chucky actually walk into the store?
Probably 5 to 10.
All right. So repeat customer, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall what he was buying on that day?
It was a mask.
A mask? Do you remember it was full face or half face?
Full face.
Full face. All right. Do you recall if he was with anyone that day?
Yeah, one of his buddies.
Buddies? And did you sell anything to him if you recall?
I don't remember. I don't think so.
Okay. All right. Now, obviously you've learned that there was a homicide in this particular case of X, correct?
Yes.
Did you see the shooting that day?
No.
Did you hear the shooting that day?
Yes.
And do you recall at some point that day giving a statement to law enforcement?
Yes.
Do you remember if it was a male or female detective that gave your statement?
Man.
Male? All right. Now, do you also recall actually separately being shown some photographs?
Yes.
Do you recall if it was a male or a female?
I believe it was a man.
Okay. If you're not sure, then I don't want you to guess. You said I believe. So are you sure?
Yeah.
All right. So let's talk a little bit about that set of photographs you were shown. Were you ever told prior to seeing any photographs whether or not you were forced to pick anyone?
No, you didn't force me to pick anyone.
All right. Were you told that you didn't have to pick anyone just because they were showing you photos?
Yeah.
All right. Were you told that the photographs would be displayed to you one at a time? Do
Yeah.
you recall? Okay. And were you also informed that if you recognized anyone in the photographs that you were to sign it and date it.
Yep.
And do you recall in this particular photograph, these particular photographs that you were shown, did you end up signing and dating any of those photos?
I did.
Showing defense counsel what's been previously marked as state's composite J for identification. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
All right, Mr. Xxxtentacion, I am now showing you what's been previously marked as state's composite J for identification. Can you take a look at that to yourself and just look up when you're done reviewing it? Have you finished looking at them?
Yes.
Okay, and do you recognize what I've just shown you as state's composite J?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and how do you recognize it?
The picture that I signed on.
Okay, so does this photographic lineup that I'm showing you fairly and accurately depict the lineup that was shown to you back in 2018?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would enter into evidence what's been previously marked as state's composite J for identification, as I believe states 10.
Objection.
No objection. No objection.
Without objection, what was previously marked states J for identification shall be received in evidence that states 10, a composite of 8, 7, 8.
I think 8.
8. All right, a composite of 8. You may publish it, Lou.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Mr. Xxxtentacion, I'm now going to show you the first page of state's composite 10. Can you tell us the date of this photo array affidavit that you were shown?
June 19th, 2018.
And were these the instructions that you were read prior to being shown photographs?
Yes.
And at the bottom here, is that your signature?
Yes.
Showing you one of the photographs in this photo array. Your signature is not on this page, correct?
No.
How about that one?
No.
How about that one? Nope.
No.
How about that one?
No.
And this one?
No. Yeah.
That's your signature and date?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's the photograph that you picked out on June 19th, 2018?
Yep.
And that's the person that you know as Chucky?
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm showing you what's been previously entered into evidence as states 2. If you could take a look at your screen for me.
That's
Time.
all right.
Hold on, let me ask you a question. Just for record, it's the time is on the player 6 minutes and 14 seconds. Now, can you tell me where you are in this video?
On the right.
Your Honor, can you got one? All right. So on the right. All right, I'm just gonna use my fingers. Is this you? Right here?
No.
Is this you?
No.
Or is this you?
Yes.
That, all the way on the right, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And are you helping Chucky in this photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you recall him coming in that day?
Yep.
One moment, Your Honor. Honor, I have no further questions for this witness.
Cross. Yeah.
Mr. Padilla, would you like to sit down?
No, it's okay. I'm not gonna use it.
If you can just give me 1 minute. to
Sure,
let the
no problem.
record begin. Thank you.
How are you, sir?
Good, how are you?
I'm gonna ask you a couple questions, okay? You testified that on that particular day, X was gonna buy some motorcycles, is that correct?
Yeah.
And you said the type of motorcycles, did you say spiders?
It's a Can-Am Spider, it's just a form of motorcycle,
It's a form of motorcycle?
three-wheeler.
Okay, and how much would one of those cost, average?
It's in the phone, depending on which model he was looking at.
Okay, so how many could you get if you had $250,000? A dozen?
Maybe more.
Do you know if you actually got those motorcycles that day?
I wasn't dealing with him that day, so I don't believe he did.
You testified that you had met, Dietrich 5 to 10 times, is that correct? And it was in your capacity at Riva, correct?
Yes.
You had never met him outside of the store?
No.
And when you would meet him, it's because he was purchasing dirt bike equipment and things of that nature?
Yes.
Okay, so would you categorize him as an avid dirt bike rider?
Yes.
The day in question, you sold him a mask?
Yes.
Is that a standard piece of equipment for dirt bike riding?
Yeah, we always sock it at all times, so
And,
it's a form
and,
of protection.
and for the jury, that's protection towards debris and things of that nature?
Exactly. Or weather.
Or what? On that particular day, June 18, 2018, when he was, purchasing a mask from you, did he seem nervous to you in any way?
No.
Previously, the times that you had met him, did you guys have a cordial relationship?
Yeah.
Did you have an opportunity to view the heavier set gentleman that was with him?
Yeah,
Had you ever met that individual before?
I believe so.
Were they together at all times, or were there moments where the heavier set individual had swayed away from the area?
That day or?
That day,
Yeah, they were together.
they were together. And on previous occasions, they were also together?
I believe so.
Just 1 second. And specifically on the 5 to 10 times that you had, with Dietrich as a customer, he had in fact purchased other types of face masks and things of that nature, correct?
I don't know.
You don't recall?
I don't recall.
I don't have any further questions. Sir.
Cross on behalf of those.
Good afternoon, sir.
I know.
My name is Mike Spear. I'm going to ask you some questions. Okay? You testified in direct examination that you were inside during the shooting, right?
Did.
You did not see it happen?
No.
You didn't see the gunman or anything like that?
No.
You were just showed a still of surveillance on direct examination. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
You were at the counter?
Yeah.
At that time, 2 masks were being sold, right?
I believe so. It was 1 or 2. I believe it was 1.
So your testimony today is you believe 1 mask was being sold at that time?
Yes.
Have you ever given a statement different to the effect of that? No, you have not? This isn't the first time you've talked about this case, right?
No.
You gave a statement to a police officer, like you mentioned, on direct examination,
Yes.
and that statement was done the day after you mentioned, the 18th or the 19th, correct?
Yeah.
Much closer in time to the events of that day than today?
Exactly.
Yes? I'm going to refer council to defendant's, Mr. Xxxtentacion's statement, first page. The last two questions on page 1 and the first answer on page 2.
Your Honor, may we go sidebar?
Sure. You were helping one person buy a mask, right?
Yes.
But at that time, 2 people bought a face mask, correct? Do you remember both transactions?
I believe I only made one transaction.
Do you remember a transaction happening at the same time that you weren't a part of at the counter?
I believe so.
Do you remember what that gentleman looked like?
Fairly.
Was he wearing a camo hat?
Actually, I don't think he did. I wasn't dealing with him. I know who you're talking about, but I don't know what he bought that day.
No objection. Did you mention to police in your statement that
Objection in your say.
did you mention to police in your statement that 2 people were buying masks around at the same time?
I don't recall.
If there's something I could show you, perhaps your statement that would refresh your recollection.
Yes.
Objection to misstatement of the evidence.
Thank you. Showing you, sir, the bottom of page 1 and the top of page 2.
Yeah, so I guess.
So you told police that you guessed 2 people were there?
I know 2 people were there, but if there was more masks that were sold that I didn't have control.
Nothing further.
Cross on behalf of Mr. Newsom?
And no cross on behalf of Mr. Newsom.
No
You
reason.
agree? No. Okay. Thank you. You are excused. Please do not discuss your testimony with any other witness. State call your next.
State calls Terry Yoakum.
Right up towards the witness stand, turn, face me, raise your right hand, be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You may be seated. Please state your full name and spell your first and last name for the record.
Terry Yoakum, Terry, Yoakum, YOCUM.
You may inquire.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Yoakum.
Hello,
Please introduce yourself to the jury. Tell them what you do for a living.
my name is Terry Yoakum, worked at Riva Motorsports for 15 years. Used to be a parts supervisor, now I'm a salesperson,
Okay, so 15 years, what's that start year that you started?
2007.
And you currently are still working for Riva?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so on June 18th of 2018, were you at work that day?
Yes,
And do you remember what section of Riva did you work in that day?
I was a parts supervisor at the time.
Now, tell us what a parts supervisor does at the time when you're working that position.
Same thing as other employees, but you're just supervising people among you, just making sure that they're selling the correct stuff, making sure stuff's getting rang out correctly, things like that.
Okay, so you had a leadership role.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, do you recall an incident that occurred that day?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you recall happened that day?
It was a murder in the front of our store.
Did you see what happened?
No,
Okay, where were you when the homicide occurred?
I was working at the counter.
And at the time, were you responsible for what you said that you were doing, selling and in that leadership capacity?
Yes, ma'am.
What kinds of things did you sell in that department?
Parts, accessories, helmets, glasses, those kind of things.
Masks, things like that?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna show you what is pre-marked for identification as states K composite. Actually, you know what? They went out. Oh, okay, all right. May I approach?
You may.
Mr. Yoakum, if you could please just take a look at states K for identification and quietly to yourself, just review it and let us know when you're done by looking up. Do you recognize states K?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize states K?
I use a regular Riva Motorsports.
Okay, now I know that you're saying the image, that's how you recognize it, but do you recognize your signature
Yes, ma'am.
on states K?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And does it fairly and accurately represent what you were shown back on June 19th of 2018 during the course of the investigation?
Yes, it was.
At this time, I move into evidence states K as the next numbered exhibit, states 11 composite.
No objection. No objection.
Without objection, what was previously marked states K for identification shall be received in evidence as states 11, a composite 7.
7.
Composite of 7, you may publish at will.
Thank you. As soon as we get everything working technologically. Oh, maybe I shouldn't stand in front of the Bluetooth. All right. While Ms. Buckaloo is assisting with that, I'll ask you a few more questions. You identified one of the individuals in states 11 that we're going to see shortly, correct? How did you know that individual?
He shopped at Riva Motorsports a few times, quite a few times.
Now, how did you know, what name did you know the individual by?
His nickname,
Which is what?
Chucky.
Okay. And
how many times had you assisted Chucky when he came to Riva Sports?
Quite a few times, numbers of times.
Did you assist him on 6/18 of 2018?
I did not.
But that was not the first time that you've seen him.
Correct.
Now, once we get this working, I'll show you some images and then I'll ask you about that, okay? Do you recall who you were helping that day?
Another individual, Keith
What was Keith's last name?
Gray,
How many times had you assisted Keith Graley?
quite a few times as well.
So you were familiar with Keith Graley as well?
Yeah, he was regular as well.
And when you say regular, what did Mr. Graley typically buy when he would go to Riva Motorsports?
Just parts for his, I think it was his Banshee at the time.
A what?
His Banshee. It's a
Banshee?
ATV or a dirt bike
Okay.
at the time.
When you say parts for his Banshee at the time, on 6/18 of 2018, Mr. Graley was purchasing that for his Banshee?
If I recall, yes.
How do you know that?
I had to go look up the parts and everything in order to order them.
Okay. And so do you recall, was Mr. Graley purchasing a mask that day?
No, man,
And you're sure of that?
100%.
Judge, may we please have a brief comfort break to,
I'm not, is that turned on?
let me check.
Okay, I can't see from here whether the light is on the TV set, but since both the screen there and these other ones are on.
It's on.
Okay, let's take a 5-minute comfort break and get someone from tech up here to get that thing going.
Yeah, you can see it on this.
Oh, you can see the red light on that?
Yeah.
Oh,
I can see
okay.
the whole, everything you're seeing there, I see.
But can you see the flashing, the red light, this red light? Look.
No.
Okay. Oh, okay, whatever, I'll just use, I'll do this.
You need a stronger laser because.
That's okay, I'll do this. That's fine. It's fine.
You can do it.
I don't wanna do anything with that, it's fine. I'll wait.
Jurors are entering.
Working. Parties may be seated, court will come to order, the parties present, the jurors are present, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We got the technical difficulties fixed and working again, so state you may proceed.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Yocum, I'm going to show you what's been entered into evidence as states 11. I'm going to just show you each page. Do you recognize states 11?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you each page. We're going to go back to where we see writing. Now, when you were shown states 11, did you receive instruction on how you were to go through each photograph and select who you believe that you saw that day in Riva?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you asked to pick any particular picture, or were you given the time to look through each photograph at your own leisure?
I was given ample amount of time.
And understanding that the first couple of, the first page, I believe it was, is showing 6 photographs, you went through each page and were given the opportunity to select who you knew as who.
That's Chuck.
And you selected this photograph?
I did.
Is that your handwriting here at the bottom,
It is.
where it's your signature, date, and the time?
It is.
And do you recall this is how the person you knew as Chucky looked on the day of the homicide at Riva?
It is.
Now, you said that you indicated prior to the break that you're familiar with Chucky, very familiar with Chucky.
Yes, ma'am.
Take a look around in the courtroom. Do you see him today?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can you identify him by an article of clothing and what he's wearing today?
Plaid shirt, suit.
Okay, give me a little bit more description. Where is he seated on this,
Second individual in, from the back of the room.
okay, and at the table to what, your right or your left?
To my right.
Okay, at this time, Your Honor, I'd ask for for the record to reflect an in-court identification of the defendant, Dietrich Williams, in this case.
So noted.
Thank you. Now, I'm gonna also show you what has already been entered into evidence as state 2, okay? Now, can you see it there on your screen?
Yes, ma'am.
It's on both, so whichever is more comfortable for you.
Okay.
Now, state 2, if you could please point out to us, are you in that frame? And I believe the time frame is on the player 5 minutes and 21 seconds. Are you in that frame?
I am.
Point out to us where you are in this frame.
I am in the middle of these 3 gentlemen standing at the counter.
Okay, may I approach your arm?
May.
Okay. just so we don't have any technological difficulties. This person?
Yes.
Okay. Now, who are you helping?
I'm helping Keith Braley.
Okay, so the individual with the backwards hat, that we see with the camo backwards hat, that's Keith Braley?
Yes, ma'am.
How often had you interacted with Keith Braley up to that point?
Very often. He was frequently in and out.
Okay. And do you recall what he was buying that day on 6/18?
That day, he was ordering parts for his ATV.
Now, the conversation that happened, actually, let me go ahead and play it. I pressed play, but it's not playing. Okay, it's now playing. You recall this transaction?
Yes, ma'am.
You recall this conversation with Keith Braley and Chucky happening in front of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall what, if anything, was being said?
They were just talking about their bikes and stuff like that.
Okay, not about a homicide about to occur.
No, ma'am.
Not about a robbery about to occur.
No, ma'am.
Rephrase.
Were there any discussions, if any, of planning of a homicide to kill XXX that day in front of you between Keith Braley and Chucky?
No, ma'am.
Quick sidebar, Judge, please. We're not shooting this.
Parties present, jurors are absent. We would need to. Need someone from DSO.
Yeah, probably.
He's coming.
We need to remove his leg shackles so that he can come stand up from the jury and then go back. And then we will put them back on at the next break. I don't want to send the jurors in and out. Okay? Okay.
For real?
Being behind you. No, I don't even mean that. I just.
Imagine how it feels when you're able to walk behind.
You'd be like,
Because you have your stuff displayed.
I didn't know you weren't doing
I don't even mean my screen. I just like, presence behind you.
Yeah. I'm just supposed to focus.
Yeah, there's mine.
Off record.
No, I wouldn't use that. No, I wouldn't. Jurors are entering.
Parties may be seated, court will come to order, parties present, the jurors are present. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. State, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, with your permission, with the court's permission, may I please ask for Mr. Michael Boatwright to step around the defense table, please?
Yes, you may. It's all right. You stand in front of the table there. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Yocum, you have an opportunity to see Mr. Boatwright?
I do.
Okay. Knowing Mr. Graley personally, what, if anything, are the differences to you between Mr. Graley and Mr. Boatwright?
Mr. Graley's a little bit lighter skinned than him.
Him being Mr. Boatwright?
Mr. Boatwright, correct, yes.
Okay, and in terms of in the face, because you know Mr. Graley, does Mr. Graley look like Mr. Boatwright?
Not at all.
No further questions.
Cross-exam on behalf of Mr. Williams.
Good afternoon. So it's your testimony that you were very familiar with Dietrich, correct?
Correct.
And that's because he was a customer, a good customer.
Yes.
And on multiple occasions, you sold him different types of direct equipment, I imagine?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that one of the things that you sold him was like safety equipment, like face masks, goggles, things of that nature?
Correct.
Okay, and would he always pay cash?
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. Is there a benefit at Riva for paying cash? No, right? It's just like you don't get a discount if you pay cash.
No.
Do you recall him this day? Do you remember this day? Do you recall seeing him there, or you just?
I recall seeing him there.
Okay. Did he look? Was he acting nervous in any way to you? And did you see him with a heavy-set gentleman?
I did.
Do you know who that is?
No.
Have you been following this case in the media? Do you know the people that were arrested? The heavy-set gentleman that you saw that day, you had not seen him before?
Objection asked and answered.
I did not say that. You can answer.
I did not see him with the store that day before.
You had not seen him before that day, correct? No further questions.
Cross on behalf of Mr. Newsom.
No cross on Mr. Newsom's behalf.
Thank you. Cross on behalf of Mr. Boatwright.
Yes, Judge, thank you.
You may.
Mr. Yocum, you testified on direct examination that he was at Riva ordering parts for his ATV.
Correct.
You gave a statement to police on June 19th, the day after the homicide, correct?
Yes.
And isn't it true that in the June 19th statement, you told officers that Keith was there buying a mask?
Objection, Judge. Hearsay, and I'm assuming he's trying to do impeachment is improper.
Can I answer the questions?
Yeah, if it's in my statement, that's correct.
And you additionally testified on direct examination that there was a conversation between Mr. Graley and Mr. Williams at the counter.
Correct.
They walked away together, away from the counter, right?
I haven't seen footage since that day, and I don't recall that day. I mean, I don't recall every moment of that day.
They were
I
having a
can't, truthfully, I can't answer yes, they did, or no, they didn't. I don't know if they walked away together.
They were having a conversation at the counter.
Yes,
Did you hear the entirety of that conversation?
a majority of it, yeah.
But not all of it?
No, not all of it.
So you wouldn't be able to tell us what they were talking about as they walked away from the counter and outside the store?
No, not if they were out of hearing distance.
Moment, please. Thank you, sir. Nothing further.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're excused. Please do not discuss your testimony with any other witness.
State calls Scott Barbeau. Remove your glasses, please.
Raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You may be seated. Please state your first and last name.
Scott Barbeau, SCOTTBARBIEUX.
Thank you.
You may apply.
Good afternoon, Mr. Barbeau. Am I saying it correctly?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Introduce yourself to the jury. What do you do for a living?
Work in the restaurant industry.
Were you working in the restaurant industry on June 18th of 2018?
Yes, pretty sure I was.
Okay. Now, on that day, had you ever been to Riva Motorsports prior to that day?
Yes.
For what?
Look at bikes, shop around, my favorite bike store.
Okay, so how many times did you say you've been to Riva Motorsports?
Before that situation,
Yes.
10 times.
Okay, so on that day, you said that there was a situation that you recall?
Yes.
Were you there at Riva Motorsports by yourself?
No.
Who were you with?
Layla Cam.
Who
My
was
ex.
she? You have to wait for me to ask the question,
Yes, ma'am.
and also you have to wait, just that both of us don't talk at the same time, because this nice young lady in front of you, she's taking everything down that we're saying, okay?
Yes.
Okay. Now, who was or is Layla Khan to you? Okay. And at the time, were you in a relationship with Layla?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what do you recall, because you said the situation, what situation are you referring to that you recall happened while you were at Riva Sports?
We were just going to check out bikes. I wanted to check out bikes. That's what we did. So we stopped by, looked around the bikes.
What, if anything, or who did you see when you were there that you recognized?
It was slow.
Okay. Did you see somebody that you recognized as being a celebrity?
No.
Did you see Triple X there that day?
At the end when I walked out.
Okay, so let's talk about that. That's what I'm referring to.
Yes.
So when you say at the end, when you walked out, tell us what you were doing and when did you see him?
Sitting on the four-wheeler, and just came out the store, walking towards his vehicle.
You actually asked him for a picture?
Yeah,
Tell us what you said.
like, hey, X, let me get a photo.
And what did he say?
Just ignored me. Got in his car. He's not in a good mood. You can tell by the way he came out of the door. Just slammed it.
Okay, so when you were there and you asked him for a photograph, do you remember even what he was wearing that day?
No.
Okay.
Just a thick clothes.
Okay.
Thick on clothes, but not exactly what he was wearing.
Okay, that's fine. Did you see anybody else around you? Did you see
It was
X?
just one person.
Remember, you have to wait for me to finish asking the question. Did you see him walking with anyone? Nice and loud.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what the gender was of the person he was walking with?
Male.
Do you remember what the race was of the person?
Black.
Okay. Now, what if anything happened next after you said you know him as X? Did you even know his real name?
Yes.
Okay, so what happened when Mr. Onfroy was walking out?
Don't understand the question.
Did you actually see him get into his car?
Yes.
So tell me about that. What happened after Mr. Onfroy got into his car?
He backed out, drove around the parking lot. Me and my Layla just looked at him, drove around, and that's when he got to the stop. I was entering my vehicle. My girl was on the other side, on the passenger side, so she was able to see it. But Scott, look, they're robbing him. And that's when the van is long, so that's when I went to look at him.
Okay. Did you actually see the actual robbery and homicide occur?
Yes.
Tell us what you saw.
Two guys jumped out, started robbing him.
What was the physical description of the two, you said guys, of the two males that got out?
One
and
guy
robbed?
was tall, the other guy was
Remember,
short.
you have to let me finish my question and then wait, then you answer. Okay. What was the physical description of the two males that got out to rob the victim?
One was taller than the other one.
How tall?
Much taller.
Well, how tall are you?
6 foot.
How tall would you say the taller of the two was?
6'3", 6'2", around that, 6'2", 6'3".
How about the other individual that was not as tall? How tall was that second individual?
I'm guessing here. I don't know exactly.
Okay, give me an
They're
approximate.
Short. Between 5'7", 5'10", between that range.
Okay, but shorter than the 6 foot individual.
Yes.
What side of the car was the taller individual?
On the driver's side.
And how about the other individual that was shorter? What side of the car was that
They were
man?
both on the driver's side.
And then what did you see next?
One of the right side of the door go up, and the other guy runs out. And then one of the other guys was robbing him, run across, and go in his vehicle.
The individual that you said ran across, out of the two individuals, the taller or the shorter?
Shorter.
I didn't finish my question. Who ran across to the passenger side?
Shorter.
Okay. Then what did they do next, each of them? What did the taller individual do next?
Fighting. They were fighting amongst each other.
Did you hear what they were saying?
I saw it.
Did you hear what they were saying?
No.
Okay, you saw them fighting. When you say fighting, like verbally?
No, just like hands on each other inside the car, scuffling around.
Okay, so when you say fighting, were they fighting Mr. Onfroy, who was in the car?
Yes.
Do you recall where Mr. Onfroy was seated in the car?
Yes.
Where?
Driver's seat.
And what was Mr. Onfroy doing as a result of this?
Fighting back for his life.
How and what way? Tell us.
Well, you saw scuffling going on, so obviously robbing him, where he's scuffling for their life. They don't want it to happen. Trying to see what's going on, like what's up. What's happening.
Did you see firearms in anyone's hands?
Yes.
Whose hands did you see firearms in?
The taller one.
Did you see a firearm in the shorter one's hands?
Yes.
Do you know what type of firearm the taller one had?
Not exactly, but I know that it was like,
Okay, you don't have to guess. I don't want you to guess.
yeah,
Okay. Do you know what type of firearm the shorter one had?
not exactly.
Okay. But you're certain they both had firearms?
Yes.
Did you see when the car that they jumped out of pulled up? Okay, so how fast did it pull up? In front of Mr.
Oh,
Onfroy's
no, I
car?
didn't see the car exactly pull out. I saw him jump out the car.
Okay.
She saw the car pull out. By the time she told me, look, they were already at the car.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you see if there were any other individuals in that car that they jumped out of? Did you see?
Well, obviously there was a driver if he got back in the car and drove off.
Okay, but I'm asking what you saw. Do you remember? Were there any other individuals in the car that you could see?
No.
Okay. What race were the two individuals that you saw? Were you able to see that? No? Why? Was there any?
Completely covered.
Okay.
Total top end.
What I'm asking is, was their identity obstructed by anything?
No.
When I say identity obstructed, were they wearing masks?
Besides that, one of them had a red mask, one of them had a black mask. Besides that, can't tell you the skin, exactly.
Okay.
What I couldn't see.
All right. Out of the two of them, did you see when Triple X, also known as Mr. Jahseh Onfroy, was shot?
Yes.
You have to answer audibly.
Yes.
And tell us what happened. What did you see?
The guy just backed up and bam!
Now, when you say the guy, which one? The taller one?
Tall
or the
one, tall one.
Let me finish my question. Are you a little bit nervous today?
Yes.
Okay. You never testified in open court like this?
Nope.
Okay, so just relax, listen to what I'm saying, but let me ask my question first, okay? Fair? You have to answer out loud.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Which individual out of the two, the shorter or the taller, is the one that fired his weapon shooting Mr. Onfroy?
Tall one.
And that's the taller one. On which side of the car was he when he fired the fatal shots?
Driver's.
And you said that you saw him stand back and then just fire the shots?
Yes.
What did you see next?
Jump in the car and drive off.
Did you see if either individual had anything in their hands besides firearms from the car?
No.
Okay. Now, did you, after the individuals drove off, did you approach Mr. Onfroy's BMW i8?
Yes.
Did you take pictures of Mr. Onfroy?
Yes.
You're gonna have to remember that you have to let me ask the question and then you answer the question, okay? Okay. Do you recall taking a photograph with your phone of Mr. Onfroy after he was shot and seated in his vehicle?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Because I was a big fan of his, and when I saw the photo, remember that forever.
Did that photograph, did you then upload it?
It was on Snapchat, yes.
You're forgetting our rules already. I need to ask the whole question, okay?
I'm sorry, they finished.
No. When I pause and look at you and I'll do this, and then you can answer, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Do you recall that you uploaded it to social media after you took a picture of the victim shot in the driver's seat?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Objection, asked and answered.
You may answer. Why did you do that?
Because I wanted to have a photo of him on my phone, so it was my favorite position, and he was back in front of me.
You realize now that was in poor taste, correct?
Objection, lead.
You realize now that that was in poor taste, correct?
I don't know what that word means.
You realize now that that was not a good idea, that you were not supposed to do that, correct?
Yes.
Did at any point you receive compensation for the photograph that you took of Mr. Onfroy in that position as he lay dying?
FBI take care of all of it, took my phone and.
That's not what I asked you. Listen to my question. Did you receive compensation, money, for the photograph that you took of Mr. Onfroy that day?
No.
You stayed on scene, correct?
Yes.
And even though you had taken what you now say is a poor choice in a photograph, did you cooperate with investigators by remaining on scene and giving a statement of what you saw?
Yes.
No further questions.
Cross on behalf of Mr. Williams.
Yes, I will. Hi, good afternoon. I'm gonna ask you a couple questions, okay? So you testified that the first thing that you asked him for was a picture, correct? And he told you no? You testified that the first thing that you asked X for was a picture and he told you no.
Yes.
And then when he was shot, the first thing that you did was walk up and take that picture that he refused?
No.
The first thing you did after he was shot was what?
Tried seeing what was up with him. I ran up to the car to see how he was. He was
Oh.
dead. Then I took a photo.
Okay, so you rendered first aid?
Again?
Did you render first aid to him? You don't know what the word render first aid is?
Objection. Asked and answered.
Overruled, rephrase.
Yeah, did you give him, did you check his pulse? No? Okay, did you touch him at all?
Yes.
Okay. Are you, I understand that you're nervous, are you sober right now?
Of course.
Okay. Do you wear eyeglasses? Because I saw when you were walking up to the stand that you were wearing your sunglasses. Are those prescription sunglasses?
No.
Okay. Was it your intention to wear them and take the stand?
Yes.
Okay. Do you feel more comfortable wearing them?
Yes.
Would you like to put them on?
No.
So you walked up to him, did you take his pulse?
No.
Okay, so you said that you helped him. Could you explain to this jury how you helped this
I
individual?
was trying to see if he's okay. He just got shot.
How were you trying to see if he was okay? What did you do to see if he was okay?
Lifting him up from the seat, checking if he was all right. Just complete that.
Okay, so you moved him in the seat. Was the seat put
I
down?
put him up just a little bit up.
I think I'm gonna have the same problem as Mr. Shields. You're gonna have to let me finish my question and then you can answer. So you walk up to the vehicle, correct? Okay. Is the seatbelt on? I'm sorry, you have to speak up.
They didn't see.
You didn't see it? Okay, so he was slumped over? Is that your testimony?
He was seated down.
You're seated, okay? So then what did you do?
Checked on him. Ran up to the car, to the seat, checked on him.
Shook his shoulders?
Just looking my hands on him. See if he was okay. That's when I saw the bullet wounds. That's what it was.
Okay, that's when you saw him like that, okay?
Yes, sir.
And that's when you took your phone out, right?
Yes.
And took pictures
Yes.
and you took video.
No, the photo.
You didn't take any, is it your testimony today that you didn't take any video of Mr. Onfroy?
I can't recall which percent of the photo or video. It was a photo, but I can't recall if I took the video also.
And actually, it went viral, right?
Yes.
How many hits did you
It
get?
was only up for.
You have to let me finish my question before you answer. So it's the same issue with Mrs. Shields, because this lady's writing down everything that we're saying. So you're gonna have to let me ask, and then you can answer, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How many hits did you get?
Don't recall.
You don't recall?
No.
Was it 1 million?
No.
Was it less than 1 million?
Yes.
So you don't recall, but you recall that it was less than 1 million?
Yes.
500,000? Huh?
Way less.
Way less, okay.
I'm not popular.
No, but the video that you downloaded got pretty popular, correct?
No, it wasn't up for long enough.
So, X walks past you, you ask him for a picture, he continues to walk to his vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Then, at what point is it that your ex-girlfriend tells you, hey, look, something's happening?
Right when I got in the car.
Right when you got in your car?
My car.
Right, and you were driving?
Yes.
Okay, and it was a van, you said?
Yes.
Okay. Where is the BMW compared to where you are in the van?
It was on the part on the right side.
So the BMW would be on the passenger side of your van,
No,
on your side of your van?
no. Couple spots to the right, like 3 spots to the right where I was parked.
Okay, and when you say to your right, do you mean if you're in the driver's side, to the right meaning this way?
Yes,
Okay, so the BMW would have been to your right, a couple spaces down, right?
yes, sir.
Okay. And then when your girlfriend tells you, hey, look, is she in the passenger seat?
No,
Where was she?
outside, just by getting in the car too.
About to get in the car.
Yes.
So you're looking at her when she tells you, hey, look.
No, I'm looking at my door that I'm opening in front of me.
Oh, because you weren't even in the car yet.
Yeah.
You were getting in the car?
Yes.
Okay. Were you already in the car when your girlfriend alerted you that something was happening?
No.
Okay. So there was an entire van between you and your girlfriend?
Yes.
You have to let me finish. Okay. So there's an entire van between you and your girlfriend when she tells you, hey, look. Right? Okay. Were the windows open? How did you hear that with a car between you?
She yelled it.
Oh, she yelled it. Okay. So then what do? You go to the front to see
To the side of the van.
to the side of the van?
Yes.
And that's where you see that people jumped out of the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the first time that you see the BMW and the car that drove in front of it is people were already out of the car, correct?
Repeat the question?
The first time that you saw the BMW and the other car that blocked it, the first time that you saw that vehicle, that car had already blocked it and people had already exited the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So when you're looking at the car, your line of vision is you're seeing the passenger side door.
Yes, sir.
And by the time that you looked, was the passenger still in the car or the passenger had left? It was in the car. Okay. Was his door already open?
No.
The door was closed. And you're saying that you saw fighting going on?
Yes.
You were able to see that with the door closed?
Yes, from the other side.
From the other side. So then, at some point, you see the door open?
Which door?
The passenger side door.
Yes.
Did any other door open of that BMW? In the entire time that you were watching it, did any other door open in that BMW besides the passenger door? Do you recall how it opened? Did it open?
Yes.
Like
I
this?
recall. Just went up.
It went up? It went up?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, did you see an individual get out and run away?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see where that individual goes?
Our direction.
Okay. Does he pass you?
Screaming, they're robbing us.
Okay. And
Run.
he ran past you towards the
Riva.
Okay.
Yes.
Did he say anything else besides what you testified to?
Run. That's it.
Okay. At what point do you hear shots? After that individual runs past you, how much time do you think has passed until you hear shots?
10 seconds.
10 or 15
I don't
seconds?
recall 100%. It was 5 years ago.
I understand.
It was short. Very short.
Okay. And then when you heard the shots, what did you do?
Automatically ran him to see if he was alive and okay.
When you heard the shots, you automatically ran towards
Well, no, after they ran away and they fled, then I would run too.
Okay, so let's break it down. You're looking, right? You hear the shots. Okay. When you hear the shots, what's the first thing that you do?
Don't recall 100%, but I'm pretty sure it's a cover behind the edge of my pants.
Okay. And what did your girlfriend do?
Same thing with me. She was on the side.
Okay. So after the shots, we would agree that there's a significant little portion of time where you don't see the car.
Yes.
How much time would you have said?
10 seconds.
10 seconds? And then after that time is when you look, right? You look at the car. How do you determine that it's safe to approach it?
Not there anymore.
They weren't there anymore.
They fled away. They jumped in the car.
Now, when they fled away, you didn't see it because you were shielding yourself from possible fire?
Yes.
So you did not see the car speeding away, correct?
That was after they shot.
You just testified before,
When they
hold on
shot-
a minute, you have to let me finish. You just testified on direct examination with Mr. Shields that you saw the car speeding away. Now you testified that you were shielding yourself from possible fire. So which is it?
When I heard the shot for a couple seconds, I was behind the car. Then when I turned around, that's when they jumped in the car and away.
Okay, so you're saying that after the shots, still a couple of seconds passed and that you were still able to see them drive away?
Yes.
And then after they drove away, you approached the vehicle and that's when you saw X, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at the moment you're saying, how many, it must have been maybe like 10 seconds then, right? From the time of the shots to the time you were in W, how many seconds you think passed?
Around there, 10, 15 seconds.
10 or 15 seconds. And it's your testimony that he was already dead?
Yes.
And how was it that you made that determination? Besides shaking him like
I
that,
didn't shake
how,
him.
hold on a minute, you gotta let me finish. Besides going up to this individual and shaking him by the shoulders like you testified to, what steps did you take to see this person?
I didn't.
Did you see the gentleman that passed you, that ran past you? Did you see him again throughout this whole?
Yes.
Did he eventually approach the vehicle as well?
Yes.
Do you know when he would have approached the vehicle? So just to break it down, you approach the vehicle, you're there within 10 seconds of it happening, right? Right?
Yes.
Okay. That individual that passed by you, when would you say that he came towards the BMW? When would you recall that?
Way later. When everybody drove off, guys from Fort Lauderdale.
At any moment after you shook X and you took your video, your pictures, everything, did you ever see that gentleman again? That individual that ran past you?
No.
Do you know where he was standing throughout all of this?
Right, but after he ran out of the car, he went towards right in front of Riva.
Okay, and you saw him there, standing there?
Yeah. By the way, I have to say something. I didn't shake him. I was trying to see if he was alive.
Okay, I understand that you're saying that that was your, I understand what you're saying.
And then when I see his head draw back with his mouth.
Okay, there's no question pending.
Oh,
Okay,
sorry,
yeah.
sorry.
No further questions, Judge. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Newsom.
Judge, no questions on behalf of Mr. Newsom.
Thank you. On behalf of Ms. Boatright?
Yes, Judge. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You testified on direct examination that both gentlemen were wearing masks, right?
Yes, sir.
A red mask, correct?
Yes, sir.
And a black mask.
Yes, sir.
You also testified in direct examination that the gunmen were fighting inside the car.
Yes, sir.
Their hands were inside the car,
Yes, sir.
and you saw this happen.
Yes, sir.
Did you hear the shooters say anything?
Yes.
What'd they say?
Give me stuff.
Did police ever ask you about that statement? Can you follow up and do what's
No.
a moment? Nothing further to defense. Thank you.
Any read?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're excused. Do not discuss your testimony with any other witness.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mark, please judge.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's all the witnesses that we have lined up for today. So we'll reset shortly, and we can begin at 10:30. So as with each time we break, I will remind you, you're not performing any definite or fixed opinions on the merits of this case. Please hear all the evidence, arguments of counsel, instructions, and law by me. Until that time, you must not discuss the case even among yourselves during the course of the trial. We take recesses, you can separate and go about your personal affairs. During these recesses, you will not discuss the case with anyone or permit anyone to say anything to you in your presence. Anyone attempts to, on behalf of the jury, ask me to stop, leave my phone, support matters, my deputies, seek counsel, witnesses, defendants, anyone else associated with the case in the hallway. They will ignore you. They're not being rude. They're following the orders of the court. Please make sure to avoid any inadvertent exposure to media or other accounts about the case outside the courtroom. Have a wonderful evening, and we will see you at 10:30 tomorrow morning. All right, parties may be seated. Court will come to order. Parties present, jurors are absent. Anything else that we need to discuss before tomorrow?
No, Your Honor, nothing from the state.
Very good. All right, thank you all. Be here at about 10:15. We'll try and get underway as close to 10:30 as possible. There will be recess.